Hello. I'm seeing how this goes. Hello. I'm just checking how the volume is on this today before we get started here. I raised the voice level a bit, so just a sec. Hello. I'm seeing how this goes. Hello. Okay. Checking how the... Yeah, there it is. Alright. Well, that seems to be in order. Lower this back down a bit. Alright, so... here we go, getting started on today's comic page. Alright. Zoom in to 100%. And we got a bit of docos to do, so it's gonna take a bit. Anytime he is on screen, there's always so many blacks to fill in. One of the detriments of making a character that has black all over their design, but that's what makes it pop in contrast. It's more pleasing for the eye that way. Helps to make things stand out more. Really, I just did it because, character was supposed to have two colors. Primary colors, like... not primary colors, but primarily is two colors. That being blue and black for Doko. And then obviously there's like his peach skin to him, but that's like not a main color of the design. Likewise, Stacy has blue and orange to her outfit, but she always has parts of it covered up by her vest and jean shorts. So she has more colors going on normally unless the clothes are ripped off. Yellow handgun. I raised the microphone audio a bit in OBS, so hopefully it's easier to hear me than in other videos. I know you guys can hear me, but it helps to have it raised a bit more, I think. Well, I just realized you're actually... well, I assume you're able to hear this stream. But I welcome you either way. You are the first one here, so welcome. We are coloring a lot of docos today. A lot of blacks to fill in on the page. We got some Zazin Town or Zazin Town from Mystical Ninja playing in the background. Yeah, computer is usually better than phone devices for stream stuff. For video stuff in general, for most stuff in general, but yeah, especially for the YouTube stuff. Yeah, Mystical Ninja starring Goemon for the 64 was the first game I ever played that had memory card slots to it, and I did not know that. Well, it wasn't the first game I played that had them, probably, but it's the first one that I beat that had them, because I didn't know there were such a thing as save features. So I thought you had to beat games in one sitting back then. And I'd always get up to like Zazentown and then just quit because I'd had enough, and one day I just decided I'm gonna beat this game. So I sat down in the morning and didn't get up till night and finally beat it. Art. There we go. I'm just checking a few things over there. Oh yeah, that's how I first played starring Goemon, was always get it from Blockbuster, and that's how we played most games back then. Nah, it was always... Yeah, no, I knew games had save files because I remember getting Space Station Silicon Valley a lot from Blockbuster, and I would always hope that someone would get far enough that I could pick up where I left off. Usually, it wouldn't be far enough, but I would hope. And, yeah, no, the starring Goemon Mystical Ninja was the first one with a memory card, I think is what it was, that I played. Alright, got those things set up. Okay. Alright, back to the comic. Yeah, so we got Doko here, who's hugging Stacy after finding her on the previous page, finally. Her first appearance in, ever since 2 comics ago. She has apparently been in the audience for the tournament, but Doko has been unable to see her, which is, as she puts it, apparently there's some giraffe neck guy in front of her, so that's blocking the view of her. Yeah, anytime I would get a game from Blockbuster that had save files, it was just always a toss-up what you'd get. Sometimes I would assume that someone hadn't saved over my save file, but there was never any way to tell if that was preserving my file, or if it was just that that person had gotten up to the same area that I had. Yeah, Star Fox was the first 64 game we own, because that's the one that came with the system. And one of my favorite games. Never give up. Trust your instincts. Father used to help me like that too. But yeah, anytime there's Doko on a page, there's lots of blacks to fill in. Blacks help to make the character contrast with the rest of the page, though. Since black is like the absence of color, it pretty much goes with any color to make it stand out, the design. Stacy has primarily blue and orange to her color scheme, but she normally has that covered up with her jean shorts and vest. So there's more colors going on with her design, usually. Yeah, Ocarina of Time's a classic. I never found it to be my favorite Zelda, though. That would probably be Wind Waker, and if not that, maybe Majora's Mask. Wind Waker felt like a proper sequel and conclusion to Ocarina to me. Albeit a very far future scenario. I always liked A Link to the Past. I just wish that it was held in as high regard as something like Super Metroid. Because with things like that, like, the Super Nintendo titles tended to, like, be regarded as some of the best ever. But with Zelda, after Ocarina, A Link to the Past just seemed to sort of get left behind, kind of. Which made no sense to me, because it feels like it should be held in the same regard as other Super Nintendo installments of the various Nintendo series. And I have always loved how Mega Man 7 finally does not look like an 8-bit mess. Well, that's the feeling for a lot of Nintendo titles, Handgun. Every generation, Nintendo always seems to make what feel like remakes of previous entries, but story-wise are sequels at the same time. Because, like, Super Metroid is basically the same thing as the original Metroid, just with more going on and set at a later time period. Because it's still Zebes, or Zebes, or Zebeth, and it's still going through the same Brinstar, Torian, Norfair, with Kraid, and Ridley, and Mother Brain, but it is, story-wise, a sequel to the previous games. It's always the mentality of Nintendo to take what has worked in the past and show it off with the newer enhancements of the new generation. Which, story-wise, ends up being a detriment a lot of times to me. It ends up resulting in the mentality of history repeats itself as just an excuse to do the same thing over and over. It's the kind of problem Metal Gear fell into for me. When you go by that type of mentality, it just ends up ruining the overall story the later on you get into a series. Ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Ramble, ramble, ramble. Video game opinions. Bim, bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Yeah, for me, a lot of times, a series does not feel like it should go on forever. It feels like there should be a conclusion to most series. But obviously that won't make the company that's making the stuff as much money, so that rarely ever happens. That's why I enjoy Mega Man Zero as much as I do, because that just had 4 games, and it was a complete story, and it ended. Instead of the typical Mega Man formula of just going on forever, repeating the same exact thing over and over and over. That gets so old. Especially when they bring up, like, plot points that are implied to be relevant throughout the franchise, but at the same time it's held back by, oh, it's Dr. Wily again. And yeah, there's evil energy that probably made the Maverick virus, but here's Sigma, and we gotta have this all over again. Just gets so old. Just holds it back so much from what it could be. And, to answer your question, Handgun, no, a GameCube does not have an HDMI port. You could probably mod it to have one if you have the know-how to do so, but naturally, it just has the AV cables. It does have I think it has the same cable that the 64 uses, so it's like interchangeable between the systems. Yeah, the 64 and GameCube share cables. The Wii has a similar AV cable, but it doesn't fit in the GameCube, I don't think. Most TVs, I think all TVs that I have ever used have had AV ports, but from my understanding, they're phasing that out in newer models of TVs, which is just annoying to me, because it makes things more incompatible with older stuff. Back in Iowa, I would just always pick up some box TV that someone had put on the side of the road to throw out in the garbage, so I was in a surplus of materials to work with in that. Oh, this TV's busted. Guess I'm gonna see what's on Eastern Avenue today. Maybe someone's getting rid of one of their 1980s sets or something. For me, I'm someone that doesn't get rid of any technology as long as it still works. No sense in doing that to me, because if I can still make use of it, I can make use of it. Let's see, okay. Yeah, I would never want to not be able to hook up my Sega Genesis or 64 GameCube or anything. There's so many good games on those systems. Then I also have the Game Boy Advance GameCube player, so I get to, like, play my Game Boy Advance games in Game Boy games in general on the TV if I want. The hard thing to get with the Game Boy Advance GameCube player is the disc. That thing is so expensive compared to the, like, little adapter you put on the bottom of the GameCube. Oh, a fellow Game Boy Advance GameCuber. A dying breed we are. As Rat Trap would say, it's a lost art. Yeah, Beast Wars had so many good quotes in it. That thing wasn't born. That thing wasn't forged, it was born. Die-cast metal. It's a lost art. We're all gonna die. Yeah, I know. Shut up, Rat Trap. Yeah, I love Beast Wars compared to most Transformers shows. Because in most Transformers shows, it's the same thing of, oh, here's Optimus Prime, and he is the, Superman of the group. He's the good guy that can't do any wrong ever. The bland, generic leader guy. And in Beast Wars, the Optimus in that show is more of just this guy that gets put in in charge of this crew that isn't even, like, soldiers or anything. They're just doing their job and happen to get caught up in, like, the fate of reality. And he has to, like, manage all of the dysfunctionalness of the team. And because of that, it ends up making it feel more like a relatable hero. Someone that does the right thing, because it's the right thing to do, and he has that. Despite being just a normal guy, he, like, proves himself as a true hero and stuff. Doing it just because it's what you need to do. I've watched a number of Beast Wars shows, but Transformers shows. Beast Wars, though, is arguably the greatest one ever made. Animated, like Transformers Animated, is probably the only other show of Transformers that I would say is amazing. Like, that's the only other one I would put on the level of Beast Wars. Because it, like, makes its own story. It does expected things, but it does its own story. Like, it's hard to explain. It's got the characters acting exactly like they should, but it introduces, like, twists and turns to, like, things that you wouldn't automatically suspect to be happening, and it has so much thought put into it, because it references other parts of the franchise, and at the same time incorporates those references as meaningful parts of the story. So it, like, crafts its own unique version of everything. And it has an art style that is just great to look at. Like, people that don't like the show say that it's too cartoony looking, but that's kind of the point. Like, the character designs are like the Derek Wyatt designs, where it looks like Teen Titans and Ben 10. And it looks incredible, and the story's incredible. And it has Black Arachnia for the first time since Beast Wars in that show. It also has... It has a character that is blatantly Rat Trap, but not called Rat Trap because it's not a Maximal, it's an Autobot. So he turns into a car instead of a rat, but he's called Rattle Trap. He does the voice and everything. And, like, the police officer, when he gets stranded on Cybertron, is, like, interrogating him as, like, a back alley kind of guy. And he's like, so, word on the street is you can get things to the bots that need them. And Rattletrap's like, yeah, I can get you anything. And that type of... the Rat Trap type of character. Such a great show. And the last time you see Black Arachnia, she gets stranded on this island that, when she, like, wakes up, she's face to face with a rhino, a cheetah, a gorilla, and a giant rat. And she's like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. And that's where the episode ends. Yeah, if the show had continued, they'd have incorporated, I think it was... yeah, they were gonna have Inferno show up as, like, the Beast Wars type of Inferno working for Black Arachnia, but it ended up getting cancelled, so we never got to see it. It is in the art book, though. Like, they released these, supplemental guidebooks / art books after the show was over that gives the entirety of what would have happened in the final season if the show had continued. And it has artwork and character reference sheets and stuff and everything in those books. It's an incredible collection of stuff in there. It has all sorts of information. And there's a point in Animated where Swindle, who is like this Decepticon arms dealer, he's not really Decepticon, he's just got the label because they like pay him the most whenever he's doing his sales. He's just basically a typical door-to-door salesman type, like, but wait, there's more. But, when he's, fighting Bumblebee and Sorry in the, human villains at one point, he brings up, like, all these defense systems he has, like, integrated into his body. And he's like, in Beast Wars, there's, like, those aliens that are always getting in the way called the Vok. And he says, got these from, Nexus 5 or whatever. Got some good deals with the Vok. Good dealers, those Vok. Just all those references that people that are not fans of the franchise would not understand. Yeah, we still have Zazen Town or whatever playing in the background here. Stacy's just getting dizzier and dizzier as Doko spins her around. Yeah, the Transformers series I think of whenever I think of the, like, war aspect of the series. The Decepticon Autobot war is probably Transformers animated. I mean, no, Transformers Armada. Another A-name Transformers series. It's got the mini-cons that the Autobots and Decepticons are fighting over while trying to stay in disguise on Earth. They don't bother to stay in disguise in animated. Robots are like a normal thing in that time period, in that universe. Yeah, this comic panel takes up, like, literally the entire top of the page here. It's, like, split into 3 sections. The top part, the middle panels, and then the bottom panels. What I do is, to really, like, when you split the pages up, when you're going by, like, sections one on top of the other, to get the eye to register more that a section of a page is to be read before the next bottom layer, what I do is I make these panel lines, they are thicker than, like, these panel lines. So automatically, your eye is going... Your eye is, hold on, I need to... Going from here, it sees that there's a small panel line here, so automatically it bleeds easier into the next panel, because your eye is drawn to the next picture that's right next to it. And then going by the logic of, oh, well, top comes before bottom, that one gets read after this one, and then that one gets read after this one, and then it moves on to the next section of the page. Yeah, that's how I've always sort of made it work in my way of doing it as I caught on more how to do it. When I was first starting the comics, they were not organized this well at all. That's something I intend to rectify when I do the remakes. And yeah, since this is the top panel and it's all just one connected panel, there's no need to really make a huge space between the top panel and the ones below it, since it's all one panel up here. You automatically read the top panel all in one there. No panel lines to separate things. But we are gonna be getting to the final match very soon. The Claw and Doko are both back at the building that the fighters stay in before the matches start, so all that's really left after this page is the announcer setting things up for the combatants to come out. Yeah, people are returning to the stands right now in this page. But yeah, if you have to avoid a Transformers series, I would recommend not watching Energon. That was always unanimously the worst of the normal Transformers series. Absolute garbage. It's a sequel to Armada, but it is nothing compared to anything in that universe. It's Armada's the only one of that universe I would say is a good Transformers show on any level. It's cheap at times, but it is the best of the quote-unquote Unicron trilogy. Bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Oh, Doko Rapiljo. I hope my voice is not so loud it is blasting your ears out or anything. Not quite sure how it is after adjusting it earlier in OBS. It says it's doing fine, though. In case I get hungry, I've got some slices of pizza from last night. But my stomach is still full from the breakfast, it feels like. Probably won't remain that way for long. And it seems to feel like I need to eat more when I talk more at times. After moving all the stuff out of the storage unit that I did yesterday, I stopped by the ice cream place. That was a nice treat. Oh, I just remembered, it's Dad's birthday today. I need to call him later. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum, bum. I'm getting tired of this music. Let's find something else to play. What do we have? Yeah, the Ed Dan birthday fiesta. Ed Dad birthday fiesta. What's this one? Oh, okay. I guess I'll play this one. This is one of my favorite tracks in a game. Yeah, that picture that I showed in Discord yesterday, the Santa one, was the Christmas picture I did for Dad last year. He always liked this series called, I forget what it was originally called, but it's called Machine Krieger, I think now. It was like an 80s Japanese robot model kit series, and he always liked them, so I drew Santa in one of them, giving him a present. Yeah, it seemed to go over well on DeviantArt. I assume because people just like whenever I draw robots, pretty much. I love this music. Oh, there's some article on the internet saying stop trying to make babies for some reason. That was bizarre to pop up. Yeah, I'm having to switch to the internet window for a second. It was freezing up a bit on that window, so I didn't know if it would be affecting the OBS program. While listening to this music and thinking of this music once, a couple of years ago, I made this picture here, which felt like it encapsulated the atmosphere to me. I always thought of animating a scene to this music of the ninjas here battling all the evil robot guys and stuff on the mountain as they're climbing up. Yeah, I love me a mystical ninja. This is always just such a nice ambient track. It's got ambience, but it also has adventure to it. Yeah, the robot was Impact, and then in the other 64 game they introduced Miss Impact, which is a girl version that you can tag team with during the fights. The fights in that, the giant robot fights in that game are pretty much just an enhanced version of the fights in the first 64 game. Oh, well, it was good to have you here for the time that you were, Sparty. I showed this picture if you have time before you go. But, if you don't, I do hope you have a good day at what I assume will be school. We will see you later. Well, another one drops off of the 2 people that I assume were here. Yeah, well, it was... I hope you have a good day. It'd be nice if the planet just had one time zone, and you could, like, know when people would be, like, awake or on a certain, like, schedule or something, instead of having, everyone operate on different, like, sleep schedules and everything. Makes things a lot more complicated than they need to be. But we do not live in a plane of existence where the sun just turns on and off over one elongated landmass, so that's not gonna happen. Unless you're a flat earther, I guess, but that doesn't really change how things operate. I did see some news the other day that apparently some scientists have found that there are materials that have made their way from Mars to Earth. They've, like, compared certain debris that's fallen from space to samples that they've collected on Mars and found similarities in the materials in them. Oh, Midgard! I can only assume Thor saying for Midgard was a Stan Lee idea. He was the guy that wrote everything those characters said in the comics. Not always going along with the art, what that was showing, I don't think, at times. But, it's still officially what the characters say. I know I've seen pictures where, like, Steve Ditko is making Spider-Man get hit, and he's like, Spider-Man's blatantly getting punched, but Stan Lee in the word bubble has said, "Wow, I am so lucky I am good at dodging," or whatever. And it's like, what? That's not what I'm looking at. Hello, Daniel, how are you doing? You are the third person in chat today. We had one drop off because I assume they're going to a school or a class or something. Although it's Sunday, so maybe church? Something wherever they are is going on, or maybe it's time zone where they sleep regularly at these hours. Oh, Ditko absolutely had a Spider-Man saying different things in his head. Stan Lee and Steve Ditko are not two people that write the same at all. Without Steve's artwork, though, Spider-Man would not exist. He makes such fantastic, absurd poses. And he does such great, bizarre work. All the smoky swirls and surrealist linings to the setting. It always felt like a more dreary New York than what Jack Kirby would draw. That's what made Spider-Man feel so unique compared to the other Marvel heroes. That atmosphere that Steve Ditko did. And Steve Ditko's storytelling. Once it switched over to John Romita, it just fell into, like, a constant loop of, oh, my life is horrible, everything's going wrong forever, even when things go right, I can't take this anymore, should I be Spider-Man, should I not? And just on and on and on, like, that's all it became. Oh, you getting ready for the move, Ballier? Oh, yeah, that's absolutely how it was later on, Handgun. It's Steve Ditko and Stan Lee were not talking to each other by the end of Steve's run on Spider-Man. Steve was just drawing, and then he dropped them off, and Stan Lee, if Steve tried to talk to him, Stan Lee would just not talk, like he would ignore him. And I think it was John Romita I heard in an interview once talking about, like, he started as an assistant on Spider-Man when he worked on Spider-Man. And he said it was either him or another assistant that was saying it was so weird how, like, the editor of the comic and the artist of the comic would not talk to each other. And apparently, in the same interview, I think the guy was saying, like, when Steve left, he was knocking on Stan's door and, like, trying to tell him and stuff and, like, explain things. And Stan just never answered the door. He would not talk to him. And then afterwards, Stan would say, I'm not sure why Steve left, and I don't know what the problem was. And it's like, what are you talking about? If you bothered to listen, you probably did know, but it's all staff drama and the creator drama that goes on. Yeah, those comics, Marvel comics from like the 60s, the story is in the artwork. Stan makes things fun with the dialogue, but like the actual story was obviously people like Jack Kirby and John Romita and Steve Ditko. It was them that were the storytellers. They were making the adventures, and Stan was pretty much just writing over it. He'd give them the basic, like, well, Jack, let's make them fight an alien god this time. And then Jack would be like, okay, and make the story. Then he'd hand it in, and Stan would write the dialogue. And that's about how it'd go. Pretty simple process. Well, it sounds like you're having a very productive day, Bowyer. I did quite a bit of moving luggage yesterday from the storage unit. Moved like, probably 13-ish boxes, a bunch of art supplies, canvases, and a giant drum that my mom has... It was either mom's or dad's. It has, like, Astro Boy that one of them had painted on the drum, like, material that the thing hits to make the drum noise. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Well, there are some pretty beautiful comics out there that are no dialogue. Handgun. I always try to prioritize, well, I always do prioritize the art out of anything in the comics that I make. That is the primary thing that the brain is looking for when they read comics. Because otherwise, you may as well just be reading a book. It's like, okay, I just want just the story, no pictures. And it's like, okay, alright, pick up a book. And with a comic, it is the visuals that really connect with the human mentality, I think. And people will also say, like, graphic novels or whatever, but graphic novels are pretty much just a fancy way of saying comics is all. I see people list mangas as graphic novels, and in Japan, it's just comics. That's literally what manga means, pretty much. There is no graphic novel over there. Yeah, when I was helping out the, those two older ladies the other day at the bookstore getting a manga for their 12-year-old, they, what was I going to say about them? Well, now I can't think of it. But yeah, nah. It was funny to me how they were initially thinking of picking up Akira before I explained what was in Akira to them. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. I told them they were trying to find, like, inoffensive, like, American standards kids stuff. And I was trying to explain to them that the standards are, like, different between Japanese and American kids standards. And I also told them that if the 12-year-old is into manga and stuff, they probably have experience that the two older ladies aren't aware of already. And one of them was like, oh, of course they do. It happens every generation. The kid apparently liked Dragon Ball, so I'm assuming they have more than enough experience with typical manga material then. Like, what is, like, acceptable for their level. Yeah, they've got all the Akiras there, Handgun. They've got, like, volumes 1 to 5 of the big collections, the entire story. So if you're ever in town, just head on down to that Joseph Beth there. You may be wanting to save the plastic containers for sturdier, more quote-unquote important items, Valure. Books, they can be heavy, but if they fall, it's less damaging than with other things. And those boxes normally stay together if you've taped them up on the underside and keep a good grip on the bottom of them. Yeah, Doko and Stacy. Doko Rapilzo and Stacy Castor. Yeah, I'm not sure how long it's gonna take to get through the entirety of this comic, like production-wise. It is taking quite a bit longer than I thought it would. But as long as it's turning out good, that's all I'm really concerned about. Being a webcomic with no publisher, I don't really have any of the specifications to adhere to when it comes to the amount of pages I need to do per issue. And there's the Dizzy Eyes. All wobbly from the spin Doko put her through. And behind them is the door into the area where the contestants go before they enter the arena. The announcer's gonna come out of it at the bottom of the page, wondering where the Claw and Doko are, because he expected them to be back by now. You can't keep the audience waiting. The show must go on. I remember in Dragon Ball, Goku almost was kicked out of the first tournament because he'd fallen asleep before his match with Giron, and no one knew where he was, so he was gonna get disqualified. He'd eaten too much and just fell asleep. Yeah, the constantly eating thing felt like it was just a Goku trait that got just slapped on to the other Saiyans once they introduced scenes where they were eating. Because until, like, the final saga of the series, you do not, I'm pretty sure you never see Vegeta or Gohan eat as messily as Goku does. But once they got to, like, the tournament eating scene, the big eating scene in the final saga, they were just eating like Goku because, oh, that's a Saiyan thing. Look at those Saiyans, that's what they do. Yeah, there's a lot of transplanting of character elements between Goku and the other Saiyans once the Saiyan stuff is introduced, it feels like. Goku starts to become a different character almost as the series goes on. So earlier on in the series, he was pretty much just a good hero, was all. Like, he liked to fight, but every character liked to fight. Like Yamcha, Krillin, Ten Shinhan, they all liked that. And Goku was just another one of that type of character. And he would fight, but he would also fight for his friends, and fight and kill the people that needed to be killed and stuff. And then as the series went on, it just became, oh, he likes fighting, because that's Saiyan stuff, and didn't you notice he got stronger every time he was beaten? And it's like, yeah, because he trained. Like, he didn't just automatically get stronger until you just now mentioned it. And then that started getting applied. It's just retroactive kinda stuff that gets... It doesn't exactly contradict anything, but at the same time, it's not something you would have ever questioned when you'd been following the series up to that point. Because it's not something that Toriyama would have even had a thought of. Then when you talk about, like, the Saiyans being stronger than, like, Earth people, it's like, well, yeah, Goku got to King Kai and did all that training. But then after, like, Krillin, Yamcha, and Ten Shinhan and Chaozu are killed, they get to King Kai even faster than Goku did. And it's like, well, how exactly does that work then? It's all just stuff Toriyama was making on a weekly basis. What he thought was good or cool for each week of the series. Not sure why exactly I started talking about Dragon Ball just there. It was probably from extrapolating on the manga incident with the old ladies at Joseph Beth. Okay. Doko. And we got Tesley and Mech back there also. The gang is all here. Oh yeah, the Saiyans were absolutely a warlike race, Valier. That is how Toriyama designed them. They exist solely to fight as their passion as a species. When they were made up, they were a race that wiped out entire planets to sell the planets to other races. And then towards the end of the Saiyan saga, Frieza obviously got made up and was put in as a part of that process. Originally, it was obviously just the Saiyans, though, until the end of the Saiyan saga. Let me see. We have been going for an hour now, so gonna switch up the music. Oh, we already had that one. Okay, let's see. This? Alright. Chemical plant. Well, Frieza wanted to kill the Saiyans. Originally, the reason was they There was no Super Saiyan made up back when Frieza was, like, there. It's, the thing was, he was just worried about, the Saiyans grouping together and going against him at some point. Their combined force against him. So, yeah. Yeah. It's kind of the barbaric Viking type thing. Bow, bow, bow. Good old West Island. Sonic 1 takes place on South Island. 2 takes place on West Island. CD takes place on Little Planet, which floats above Never Lake. And 3 and Knuckles takes place on Angel Island. What you find out in Adventure is next to Station Square, or is part of the Mystic Ruins, which people can go to from a train from Station Square. Station Square is part of the United Federation, which is basically the Sonic World equivalent of the United States, where Central City is located. That was pretty much the main settings for the Sonic series, like, the main Sonic series. Nowadays they don't even bother, really, but that's pretty much how it was. Bow, bow, bow. Oh no, Frieza would not at all be a hero. He, once Frieza was thought up and put into the story was that the Saiyans worked for Frieza. He's the one that had them destroying destroying societies, so that Frieza would be the one to sell the planets. His empire sold them. The Saiyans still did what they originally were conceived to do. It's just that Frieza got added on to that sort of plot. And he ended up wiping them out because he was just worried that someday they would decide to stop following his orders after he took them over. There is no single Saiyan that could have stood up to him, but with their combined force, he was worried they might present a problem later on down the line. So given that the Saiyans worked for him, no, other societies would not see him destroying the Saiyans as a heroic thing, because he'd still be implementing the same stuff the Saiyans did, just through other species he'd taken over. Oh, and I guess, on top of all those locations, Sonic was born on the Christmas Islands. Yeah, hell, I would... If I were to do Sonic, I would have Eggman start out as a businessman running Eggman Enterprises. But being, on top of being bored with business life, he would also see himself as being more capable as a leader than the other leaders of Earth. which would drive him to his attempts to conquest and all that. Yeah, that is why Frieza went and destroyed the Saiyans. The Bardock movie, or the Bardock special, it's not really a movie, I don't think, but that and the Trunks Future episode are like the two specials of Z, where they're like technically episodes, but they're not part of the series order. And yeah, in the Bardock special, that's why Frieza destroys the Saiyans. Although by that point, I think Toriyama had come up with the Super Saiyan, but Frieza, even when the Super Saiyans were made up, Frieza did not believe a Super Saiyan actually existed. He just saw that as like campfire stories and stuff, just a legend. It is important to have a drink with you when you are talking for this long. I assume with how much I do talk in these streams that I could be like a streamer, just one that is the typical sort of popular type, but haven't got into that point. The phone is ringing. It is from Spam Risk, so I am not gonna answer it. Yeah, no, Frieza is about the most... Frieza... Can you stop ringing? No, Frieza is one of the most unheroic characters you can find in Dragon Ball. I don't know if there is a way to really portray him as a hero to others. And even if there were, I don't think he'd have any interest in portraying himself as a hero. Because he just sees everything as his to command, and he doesn't care about what people think of him, because he can just kill them. Yeah, when villains try to portray themselves as heroes, it's typically to manipulate others, or because they're afraid of what will happen if they are seen as the villain. With Frieza, though, he is sort of above having to manipulate others with how powerful he is. And he certainly doesn't fear anybody. Or I guess there's the Joker logic of, oh, I just wanted to be a hero for fun, and now I'll be a villain again. I do love the episode of Batman Brave and the Bold where the Joker and Batman team up to take out Owlman. Yeah, Owlman and Batman basically look the same because Owlman's trying to be Batman. He's from another dimension where he's like the evil version of Batman, and he's trying to frame Batman as a bad guy, and the Joker gets out like this giant rocket launcher to shoot them with. And he says, the real one will get out of the way. He always does. And sadly, that doesn't happen to be the case, because he hits Batman and not Owlman. This still saves Batman, though, when Owlman tries to run him over afterwards. Yeah, I love, the Batman Brave and the Bold show felt like it was, trying to be a tribute to the Dick Sprang artwork at times. It was like not the earliest comics, but like right when Robin was introduced, where it was getting more into the, "Aw, gee, old chum," and it was the happy Batman comics, but it was still like played straight. It wasn't like being a complete joke. It was a like looking at it, it is kind of a joke feeling, but it was like a genuine happiness to it. It wasn't a parody happiness. Oh yeah, when the Joker and Batman have to team up, that's when you know things are getting a bit crazy. I remember when the police take the Joker away at the end, he's like strapped up in the Hannibal Lecter like mouth guard and in one of those wheelie things that they have him strapped into and stuff. And then later on in the series, he ends up, the Joker gets Batmite's powers from like the 5th dimension and becomes this just reality warping god, basically. Has a whole rock musical number about being evil and bad and stuff, and it's just great. Where's the fun in that? Yeah, he does not like in that episode when Harley's like, "Why aren't you gonna take off his mask and reveal who he is?" And the Joker's like, "And reduce my mortal enemy to a mere man? Have you learned nothing?" Yeah, I always love when they get into, like, the sillier portrayal of the Joker, like, he's still, like, a threat and dangerous. Like, you know he'd kill people still, but he's not just a psychotic murderer and that's it. Because that just gets boring when they do that. That, like, completely defeats the point of having a Joker character. You gotta have him being funny at the same time. That's why animated worked so well. Because, yeah, he does kill people in that show. They don't say it, and they aren't allowed to show it, like, explicitly, but he obviously is a murderer in that show. But at the same time, he's just fun to watch. I'd always love the little theme tune they'd play for him. The that little motif they did for him. I was always so sad in, like, the final season when they, like, redid the art style and everything. They never did that, like, music for him again. That's, like, his theme music. How do you do that when he's on screen and not have that? Although I don't think it was in Batman Beyond Return of the Joker, and I love that movie. But that also had him looking better than in that final season of Animated, where he does not look like the Joker other than, like, white skin and the suit. There is no reason they should have gotten rid of those lips. Down, down, down. Yeah, I remember probably about a decade ago, people were like, a few people were like portraying the Green Goblin as like the Marvel equivalent to the Joker. And he never came across to me as that. Like, he's crazy, but he is like not not trying to just do jokes and everything. Like, Norman Osborn is like a serious murderer. Like, he shoots people and stuff, and he feels a lot more like if you get in his way, you don't have as much of a chance of survival as with the Joker, depending on the mood that the Joker's in. Whereas the Green Goblin in, like, the original Steve Ditko comics, he just took out pistols and, like, shot people sometimes. Although William Dafoe is great in the first Sam Raimi movie with his crazy laugh-out-loud performance of Norman. Yeah, the Return of the Joker design might be my favorite Joker design. I love how he is in Batman Animated the first 3 seasons, but there are scenes where he is a bit sloppy looking, like, drawing-wise. But, in the Batman Beyond version, felt like it was the most refined version of the Joker, probably due to doing that detailed of a look in a movie is probably part of why it ended up looking that good. But it's basically working off of the Justice League design of the Joker and sprucing it up a bit. Hello, G-Star, how are you doing? We're working on page 51 of the latest comic of Heroes and Legends. Doko has found his friend Stacy, and he's been spinning her around, and now she's all dizzy. And we've just been chatting about all sorts of stuff here. We were talking about the Joker and some Spider-Man villains, Dragon Ball, the islands, and Sonic the Hedgehog. Various different things, Mystical Ninja, all that stuff. Oh, well, you'll have other chances to draw. And there's no unless you have a deadline that you are getting paid for, there's no reason to fret too much over missing a day of the drawing. But yeah, the Batman Beyond Joker is my favorite Joker design, I think. But he is drawn very well in certain episodes of Batman Animated, so depending on the episode, the original design might be my favorite. Yeah, drawing for fun is always the most pleasant way to go about art. Unfortunately, not the most profitable, but on the other hand, you're free to just do whatever you want. That is a lot more pleasant than doing it for money a lot of times. Let's see. I know I did something. I drew some commission recently. The last one I think I did was Shadow the Cartoonist, his Patreon picture for the month. Since he's like of the tier on Patreon for my stuff that would get it, he gets like a drawing every month from me, so that's the last one I did for money. Yeah, the last week I've been switching between doing the comic page here, doing the Invader Zim animation, and then working on the concept sheet / artwork of the Lookout, which is the main base / space vessel for the Observers, which are the evil ancient aliens in the world or universe my comics take place in. I'd always pictured it walking through the Ohio River when it's attacking Ohio back in 2008, but yeah, I think it's for parts of the story of the series to work properly. I think the Lookout has to be way bigger than the Ohio River. I don't think it is, like, thin enough to fit in the Ohio River. So, gonna have to probably adjust some things for that part of the storyline. Oh, I think the woman you're thinking of, Bowyer, is Miss Calendar, if I remember correctly. The judge is basically just a third personality for Two-Face's split personality disorder. But yeah, Baby Doll is a animated character. Like, that's where she first appeared. Harley Quinn also, and she first appeared in... she was made up for the cartoon. But she became so popular they ended up implementing her in everything else. They just made her as, like, a character because they thought it'd be funny for the Joker to have a henchwoman when all the other bad guys have henchmen. Yeah, that just ended up sticking. I think she was only meant to be, like, a one-episode character, but, like, Paul Dini and the others loved her so much that they just kept using her. I don't think my mom liked her. Ba, ba, ba. Yeah, Harley Quinn... For me, Harley Quinn rarely works after the original series. It's... I know that people like her as, like, an anti-hero and stuff, but her relationship with the Joker was part of the point of the character to me. So, getting rid of that just makes her some character, is all pretty much to me. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, the best thing I think they probably ever did of Harley Quinn was the episode Mad Love, where she actually does manage to capture Batman. Then the Joker throws her out the window because it wasn't him that got to do it. Which just illustrates the futility of the Joker's struggle. Because of how he is, he's never gonna win. If I remember right, that episode of The Judge with Two-Face is like the final episode of the series. And then it just ended up ending. There was the Batman Superman World's Finest movie, but other than that, it just went on to Batman Beyond and then Justice League. Yep, that's the upside down fish. See, boss? You could never figure out how to make the fish smile, but if you put them upside down, they're smiling from his point of view. But you had to explain it to me. If you had to explain the joke, there is no joke. It's just the Joker's insurmountable ego at someone actually being better than him. You'll have to forgive the kid. Let's get you down from there, and we can pick this up in a week or so. Yeah, Baby Doll was always a good episode. Although she felt almost like a loony, Tiny Toons type character to me with how she was animated. Which would make sense, because the Tiny Toon cast worked on that show. Yeah, it was one of the really well animated episodes. I always liked Dick Grayson as Robin. He's always been the best Robin to me. Just the do-good personality. Arguably is a better hero than Batman to me. And he's the one that I always saw as sort of the pure hero of the group. Batman's like the guy that gets things done, but is more morally ambiguous. Whereas Dick has, like, all the training and stuff, but his sense of justice guides him better, like, morality-wise. Okay, what music do I want now? Can't do that one. That'll get us copyright striked. That one will get the video blocked. Oh, there's the theme they used for Noodle in the Gorillaz MTV Cribs episode. Ivy. Leroy Jenkins song there. Oshinakabi. All the Gorillaz songs that I don't know which ones are allowed and which ones aren't. Hello, G-Star. I'm still here too. I'm just trying to find a piece of music to play in the background while I work. How about this one? This playing? What is this? Yeah, I guess we can go with this for now. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is very surprising. I guess it had to happen, but that is a bit of a coincidence that you ended up making a character with the same name as a internet meme. I've made reference to that meme before. That was in, I think, issue 10 of my comic, where the army is at war and one of the soldiers is like, "Time's up, let's do this." And he starts to yell Leroy, but gets cut off when he gets punched in the face. Just a cute little nod I thought I'd throw in there. I'm not sure if later generations will understand it, but it's a funny expression that he makes when he gets punched either way, so the scene should still work. I'm assuming your character is not like the Leroy Jenkins character of pop culture. Oh yeah, Baby Doll is a pretty tragic villain Valier, but that is sort of the standard for Batman animated villains. There's normally a sense of tragedy to them other than, like, the Joker. Maybe the Penguin. Like, Two-Face and Killer Croc. Most of the villains have sympathetic backstories. Obviously Mr. Freeze, that's the go-to one. And then Baby Doll appears one more time in the final season, where she's sort of dating Killer Croc. Although she looks more like Angelica from Rugrats there with how they redesigned her. Oh, well. When you have something that can relate to a meme, best to cash in. Make the audience invested. chase that personality. As Bela Lugosi would say in the Ed Wood film, all popularity is good popularity. He said something that was basically like that in that film. Or the actor playing Bela Lugosi. Great interpretation, though. Yeah, Bela Lugosi was always bitter towards Boris Karloff for the whole Frankenstein thing. They'd offered Bela Lugosi to play Frankenstein, the monster, but he declined it because he didn't want all the makeup obscuring his face. And then Frankenstein ended up being a more successful film than Dracula. People only ever remembered him as Dracula. That was just sort of it for him. He always held that grudge, I think. Wouldn't admit to flaws, but he had his views on it. Oh, well. That solves the whole, potential mix-up of Leroy's, then. Switching the names. Yeah, I don't think I've ever changed the name of a character in a story of mine. Like, once it's in production, like, in the story, changed it. I guess the old sage has had a couple of names over the centuries, but he goes by all the names at any time. I have, in my Transformers stuff, there have been multiple Bumblebees, because different characters in different time periods take that name, sometimes working off of the idealing the previous Bumblebee. But it's really just an excuse to have all the different versions of Bumblebee show up in one story in, like, the timeline. Yeah, the Bumblebee that hangs out with Sorry Sumdac in my version is, his name originally was Sparkplug, back on Cybertron before he took the name Bumblebee. And then the Transformers Prime-esque version of Bumblebee becomes Goldbug before the sorry friend Bumblebee becomes Bumblebee. Bum, 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 bum. And there's implications that there was an even earlier Bumblebee that was like G1 Bumblebee, back when Transformers were having to hide themselves on Earth from the populace. By the time my Transformers stuff starts, Transformers are an everyday thing, everyone knows about them, and just part of society. Bow, bow, bow. Bum, bum, bum. I think this music was used in the Godzilla creepypasta, the Godzilla NES creepypasta. Arguably the greatest creepypasta ever created in my eyes. There was a phase about half a decade ago where I would listen to creepypastas while I worked. Went on for a few months like that, I think. Every so often I'll still tune in and try to find a modern creepypasta to see how one is. The whole creepypasta phase has sort of fizzled out, but it's always gonna be there in some form as long as people have stories to tell. It's basically just spooky campfire stories, but on the internet. Oh, well. Well, at least you drew 10 things. It's better than drawing 9. Sometimes you just get into slumps where things do not come to you, drawing-wise. I draw more variety of stuff, but I'm always working on the comics, so that keeps me from doing that as much as I'd want to. Yeah, I like a good horror story from time to time. Not all of them are good, but when you find a good one, I do appreciate it. My favorite horror movie ever, I think, is The Thing from the 1980s. Critics of the time said that it was just about gore and blood and nothing else, but it is so much more than that. The actual fear of it comes from the mystery of it instead of... There's obviously the face value body horror aspect, but the actual worry of the story comes from the mystery. Who can you trust? Or can you trust anybody? If we're talking about pictures, the one that I could never stand of creepypastas is a Smile Dog. I hated that thing. That just stayed burned into my brain. Just, ugh. And it's like, I didn't believe in Smile Dog, because that's just idiotic, but at the same time, staring at it, I couldn't do, because, okay, when I was little, there was a incident, I guess, where we had this toy that was electronically powered by batteries. It was an Exo Squad toy, which is basically this mech that you put other toys in, and when you turned it on, it'd walk around and flash lights and stuff. And there was one night I was looking at it in my room, and I just kept staring at it, and staring at it, and it just felt more and more odd as I looked at it. And then, after staring at it for long enough, it turned on and started walking towards me, flashing its lights and stuff. I just started screaming, and my parents came in and the thing turned off. And they could see that it had moved, but I don't know how that happened. And when I checked the batteries afterwards, there were no batteries in the thing. So it just turned on after I started staring at it for long enough. And after that, I never stared at anything like any toy in the dark for any long period of time ever again. And so I know it probably couldn't happen, but I always have this inkling in the back of my mind to not stare at things for too long, because there's this absurd fear to it that if I stare at it for too long, it could actually happen. So instinctively, I do not stare at Smile Dog, because I know the story, and I know it's stupid as hell, but on the off chance, I'm not gonna stare at it. So yeah, that's my experience into the childhood terrors territory. It's that's why I slept with a knife under my pillow after going through the stories of the Tails doll when I was younger, before creepypastas were creepypastas. I think I know what teddy bear picture you're referring to, Bowyer, but I'd have to see it to be sure. I'm assuming it's a teddy bear that has, like, the mouth area, like, exposed, and you can see, like, the gums of the teeth and stuff. Yeah, creepypastas specialize in finding just bizarre pictures. And there's things that wouldn't even be scary that they use that get made scary by association. Because all those backroom pictures and stuff, those aren't scary. Those are just like hallways and stuff. But because it's associated to that material, it becomes scary. So it's like, well, I don't want to be scared, but fine. Now I have this to deal with. But there's absolutely things in this world that are just very odd and stuff, and things that can't always just be explained away right away. I'm not sure I'll ever understand my, toy turning on without any input experience. But I'm not someone who's gonna just believe anybody that says, oh, well, I saw a ghost and they made the lights flicker and stuff. Like, okay, there's a billion of those stories, but at the same time, I'm not going to say that it's impossible for, like, spirits and stuff to be around. Because it's like, yeah, there's weird shit in the world. So, yeah, fine, they're probably out there. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna run into one, but there's a chance, maybe. Well, I don't believe in ghosts, so I'm going to go into these haunted woods. And it's like, okay, are you stupid? Like, at the least, you're going into the woods that people avoid. There might be, like, it might not be ghosts, but the bad things that happen there might happen for a reason. And at worst, it could be a ghost. So, yeah, I don't want to take that chance. It might not be real, but, you can find that out on your own. Write to me when you get back. Yeah, the horror material of the world is always an iffy balancing act. Don't believe everything, but don't shut yourself off to every possibility. And then that sort of bleeds into the alien territory also. Which, like, aliens aren't like objectively horror, but there are horror stories about aliens, so it's a bit of a crossing genres type thing there. Ooh, a froggy detector. Yeah, certain pictures can be pretty creepy. It plays on a sense of visuals in the human mind. And there are things that the human brain just automatically has a distaste for. A lot of times it has to do with the uncanny valley, where things look normal, but a few certain elements do not, and it makes it look wrong just the slightest bit. And your brain just automatically locks in that there is something not right here, and I should not be seeing this. There are warning signs that I should be paying attention to. And that's sort of, I think, how the mentality works for a lot of that stuff, which only just gets worse and worse the more wrong something looks visually. It's a survival instinct type of evolution, I think. It's how our species was able to survive for the centuries. Just listening to those notions that the brain sends you, not taking the chance that might get you killed. Oh, well. Kid chasing you, G-Star, sounds like, they were not concerned at all about the anomaly going on. Yeah, some kids, have that sense of preservation about their survival, and others just willingly toss it away to have a good time. Alright. Yeah, this song, does go along a bit with the creepy factor, so, I'll try to find something else. Bring me the horizon, X versus Zero, Bionicle, What It Takes to Be a Hero, Fluttershy, Atomic Betty, Altair. I'd play all these songs, but I don't want the video getting, like, blocked again. Oh, nope, 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 not that. I am using OBS to stream with, G-Star. I always tried to get it to work on my other computer, but that's a Windows 7 32-bit, so it was incompatible. Last year, though, I finally got a Windows 10, a 64-bit, so I can do modern stuff, kind of, that I don't know how to do. Like, I don't know how to show any window other than this paint program window, so I've never been able to stream anything else. So... OBS is a program that allows you to... it allows you to just stream videos and talk, and has a chat window open on the side. And, hold on, once I switch the music, I can better show you. Let's see, Spark Mandrill? No. Let's just go with this. Okay, G-Star. OBS is... Hold on. Let me bring this up. Let me save this first. OBS is basically this. This is what my computer screen looks like if we get rid of all this stuff in the background. Okay. So... Oh, I need to lock it in place. Okay. So... This is what I see on the side of my screen while I'm working. That shows me the screen that's being recorded. Let me get a different color so I can point at things. This is the chat window. And all of this stuff shows me the volume levels. I click that to start streaming, and I've got it connected to my YouTube channel, so it automatically knows to stream to that channel. And then this is the window where I do the drawing. I just click on this, and this one goes into the background. And so I'll just be drawing in this window while looking at the chat while it goes up. And let's get everything back to how it was so I can work properly. Zoom in to 100%. And back to work. And yeah, you can say a crossover you're working on. No, Ballier? Naturally I don't find any items that are typically in a kid's bedroom, I'm afraid of, I don't think. My stomach is starting to growl, so I am going to take a bite of the pizza slices I have here. Yum, yum, yum. If you have any figures that creep you out in children's rooms, you can always put that in the Discord. Work, work, work. We always love a good Discord picture. But yes, Ballier, that house that you guys were in is very nice looking. So, Handgun is probably not used to that type of living arrangement. Sorry for the lack of talking in this second. I currently have pizza in my mouth. Yeah. And I was being reminded of Darkside Phil there in his Cooking with the King videos. And that guy is... he provides entertainment, but not for the reasons he wants to. Oh, well, you've just got all the cartoon video game mascots there, G-Star. And all very nice, very well animated ones as well. Yeah, I used to have an idea for remaking Earthworm Jim 3D as a side-scroller like the other two games. Would have changed some of the story elements. It would have turned out if you got 100% that Earthworm Kim was actually the queen trying to revive herself with Jim's memories after her death in the first game. Professor Monkey for a Head would have been implied to have gotten her consciousness implanted into Jim the last time they fought, so that that plan could be put in motion. Oh, well, that's a nice little setup in G-Star. In my old crossover comic, it was going to be implied towards the end that all the cartoon characters and stuff that meet up throughout it, their worlds, like, it's all anything from fiction was going to appear in that comic. And what the implication is every creator that has ever lived in the afterlife after they're dead becomes creators of their own universes, and that's what the realities of the comic are, actually. The final battle would end with, like, the villains of the multiverse breaking into that realm of the creators to get ultimate power and rewrite everything so that they would win, and the heroes would all either die or be captured, depending on what each villain wants for their respective adversary. Oh, well, clowns can be pretty, unsettling to some people. I got a piece of pizza crust stuck in my throat. And clowns can be a bit unsettling to some people, Valier. Personally, I never saw much in the way of controversy for Mr. Popo. I get what the criticism is, and there is some of that to be had, I think. But at the same time, Mr. Popo is not a human, so we've seen what African American people look like in Dragon Ball, and they do not look like Mr. Popo. Now, if it's about Staff Officer Black, how he looks, that has more weight to it, I think. But in that case, he ends up becoming like the leader of those guys in the end. But, because that kind of feels like, for him it feels like he has big lips, because that's just simply a Toriyama style of drawing. Like, white people in that stuff also get those lips, so it's always a bit iffy trying to differentiate the differing portrayals in the Dragon Ball material when you get into those criticisms. Though thankfully there's like hardly anything that I would say is hugely racist in the series. Oh yeah, figures that are always looking at you is always unsettling. That's part of why I don't look at certain things for long. And it's still that leftover mentality of it could start acting alive, and I don't want that. Oh yeah, I know all about Earthworm Jim. Did a very extensive review of Earthworm Jim 1 and 2. I think I did that video 3 years ago now. It's in the videos if you ever go and look at the video section of my stuff on here. Yeah, there's Professor Monkey for a head, Dr. Duodenum, Psychro, Flamin' Yawn, Major Mucus with his phlegm brain monster creature, Bob the Killer Goldfish, Evil the Cat, the Maggot from Earthworm Jim 2 with the unicycle. And if you get into 3D, there's Fatty Roswell, there's Fatty Roswell. That's the main one that stands out as the newcomer of the bad guys there. I'm assuming the Clay Galaxy is the one that Clayman is in. I'm eating pizza again. Oh, wow. That's why I'm hungry. It's 2 o'clock, or 2:10. I've been streaming for 2 hours and 20 minutes. Getting food stuck in my throat. Yeah, creepy clowns and figures that look at you. Personally, I never found clowns scary. They were just kinda there. Like, my dad, I know, he wasn't scared of them, he just found them sad. Because, thinking of the people that have to do that stuff. Yeah, probably not the most pleasant of portrayals you give to the audience. I think what my dad was scared of more was spiders. Like, he wasn't scared so much that he wouldn't, like try to get rid of one, but he did not like them. I know he would have hated, like, the giant spiders in Resident Evil if he ever played that stuff when he was younger. Yeah, the scariest game ever made to me is the remake of Resident Evil 1. And if it's not the scariest, to me it's the best horror game. Although I love Silent Hill. Yeah. And Martian Gothic is great to me. I know it can be a bit finicky with getting into it and how it's set up and laid out and stuff, but once you get into it, it gets a bit interesting to me. I remember when I first played Martian Gothic, I did not know what to do, so I was just wandering around the same hallway for like an hour or two. And then when I switched between the characters at one point, it alerted me, gave me a notification that one of my characters was getting attacked. Which, at that point, like, if you've not done anything, there is nothing that can attack you. As far as I knew, there were no enemies. So, it was like, something's happening. So I switched back over to the character that the something was happening to. And they were being attacked, but there was nothing there. It was like there was blood shooting out of them and they were struggling. But there was nothing. And so I, like, had them shake it off, and there was nothing that happened after that. They just got attacked by, like, literally nothing. So I guess in the hour or so that I was fumbling around, trying to figure out what to do, and switching between characters, the game must have, like, registered that there was some enemy that I came across where there wasn't anything yet, and then just had me get attacked by it, but it wasn't there, so there was nothing to, like, attack back or avoid afterwards. That or the game just got tired of me doing nothing, so it just gave me something. Either way, that's how I knew I had a winner on my hands. I had to see the game through to the end after that. I feel a lot of the clowns being associated with killer stuff comes from the guy who was a clown that was a killer. I can't remember his name, but everyone knows who you're talking about if you talk about him. I know everyone was all about the killer clown concept after it was made, but I never really paid much mind to it. That's certainly not the aspect that's like the most interesting about that story. But Tim Curry does a wonderful performance as Pennywise in the first movie, or I guess TV series of it. Hello, G-Star. I'm seeing what you're typing, but I'm waiting until you get further in to commentate. Peppino is a rather destructive hero. Oh, you're back from... I guess you must have been on break when you were talking to us earlier, Sparty, because that was a if that was your full school day, that is quite an impressive lack of time that school lasts. But welcome back. We're still on this page. We've talked a bit about creepypastas and things that scare us. And G-Star here is sharing a concept they have of a big crossover between Earthworm Jim, Neverhood, Pizza Tower, and The Blob. Oh well, I saw that he could save the universe. I was just equating how destructive he can be in his game, Pizza Tower, to having that type of quantity of power to be able to save the universe, or the potential to be able to save the universe, from what's shown with his prowess in his title. Was school alright, Sparty? Whenever I say your screen name, I always think of Sparty's Euros, which was that was a Euro place back in Iowa that we'd sometimes get food at. Get a Euro and French fries and some pink lemonade. That would be a nice little meal on the way home. Yeah, driving back from Coralville, near Iowa City. All the way back out into the middle of nowhere small town we lived in. I'm assuming at some point in your stuff, G-Star, that something will or does happen to threaten the universe to that degree. Wait. Sparty, it is Sunday. So are you, like, doing a weekend school activity, or is it just a different type of setup where they have school on Sunday? Or is it like a church thing or something? Because I was confused about that when you left originally. Oh. Checking things on the Discord. It doesn't seem that anyone's there at the moment. Well, Handgun is. Pizza, pizza, pizza. What the? Why are there so many? Huh. What is this? Sorry, I'm just checking something in the Discord at the moment. It's a different Discord, it's not my Discord. There have been like 212 messages in a Resident Evil Discord that I'm a part of since like 12:14 or 2 hours ago. And I'm not sure what all's going on there. File after... I shot Ed through the back of the heart. Oh, okay. Sorry, that just popped out to me because they said Ed there. It took a second for me to register that they're talking about, like, a file in, I think it's Resident Evil 2 that one's from. Okay. Yeah, they're still talking about Edward getting shot. That's great. Well, I will spend my time bleeding out here as I work, I guess. Yeah. That is very dry pizza crust. Oh, well, that is a way to mess with him, I guess. Yeah, causing the hero's self-doubt is never a good thing for the side of good. There has been so much I've been having to draw with this, I guess, color with this page of the comic. Guess that's why it's partly taken me so long to do this page compared to previous ones. Have more on the screen, kind of. Oh well. I guess you could see the Peppino name as a double meaning in certain languages then. Cough, hack, cough. It would be nice if I had help with moving all the stuff out of the storage unit Mom once moved out of there. But it's just me here now, so I'm the only one for the job. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, I haven't told her I've started moving the stuff out of the storage unit yet. I just started doing it, and I guess when she mentions it later, I'll just let her know I've started. As without Grandma here now, we can put whatever we want in the place. So a storage unit isn't as necessary anymore. I see some things out of the corner of my eye floating through the air outside, but I'm not sure what they are because I'm just too focused on working. Earlier it was storming and raining, there was thunder and lightning and stuff. You could see the rain flowing by in like waves through the air because of the wind. Out of curiosity, where does the Blob fit into your concept for the crossover G-Star? Yeah. The other day I was able to collect up footage of the whole can of worms version of Earthworm Jim 1. Well, 1 and 2. It's the DOS version. It leaves out the intestinal distress in Villy people and stuff, I think. No, not Villy people. It leaves out Lorenzo Soil. Well, this server, or not server, this stream is all about dumb ideas, Valier, so G-Star's sharing their crossover idea, and feel free to chip in with whatever concepts you've got. Yeah. Sneeze. Yeah. Ow. Okay, let's... I think I'm going to switch the music in a second here. I want to get his hat colored first. Yeah, I'm hoping that this comic is engaging enough for the audience. It's been... There's not as much wacky stuff that's happening in this comic this late in when compared to some of the previous comics. But it does have more of a sense of foreboding right now with the approaching match against the Claw that Doko is gonna be in. Okay, let me find a different piece of music to play. Uh-oh. Okay, good. It's not dying. Okay. You. I'll select you. Don't disappoint us. Come on. There you go. We got music. Too bad that I can read you on the phone. Things will hold so deep. This is the opening theme to an anime called Serial Experiments Lane. A 90s sci-fi anime about the internet, kind of. I don't think really about the virtual world itself, but like more on a concept level. No, I've just got a big folder of music that that I choose things from. I can probably get a picture of it over here. Let me see. Oh no, I see all the lore, G-Star. It's just that while working I can't really commentate on everything. That and there are other things that I need to keep an eye on with other... I'm losing track of my thoughts as I talk. With how my brain has gotten in the last year or so, it's not as easy for me to remember things. Yeah, here is yeah, here's about half of my folder of music that I select things from. That's not even a fraction of what I have to work with, but I can't really choose every single song that I want, because then it'll get like... won't allow people to see the video if I choose certain songs due to copyright garbage. So, yeah, you work with what you can and what you can take a risk on and stuff. Like, I'd play all these Gorillaz songs if I could, but the only one that I know won't get, like, the video blocked is El Mañana. Yeah, that's what I got on my half of my selection. Back to work. Yeah, the last piece of your crossover idea I saw was the De Blob stuff. What? Yeah, one game that I felt was like going to be the resurgence of art in video games was Rayman Origins. Because when they were releasing that game, they were also promoting that they were going to release the Ubi engine, or Ubisoft engine, or what. No, it was Ubi Art, which was what they used to make the game. They were going to let people use it for free to make their own projects. But to this day, they have still never released it, so... I'm always a bit miffed about that. Oh, that's weird. I'm not sure why the word told wouldn't let you post something, or gets rid of part of the post. But yeah, there are instances where that'll happen in certain websites, depending on what you type. Never have been quite able to figure out the individual, like, key words that cause certain things to happen with how each site's set up. Yeah, I just always play music in the background of my streams because I don't want the audience just getting bored or anything. And Skull Kid 3, he always used to play, well, I have all of Skull Kid's selection they used to use for their streams for music. They used to play, like, all these Nintendo remixes and stuff, these jazzy versions. Oh, whoa. Oh no. I colored that on the wrong layer. Oh, that's not good. Wait. What layer is this? That's not the white background. Oh! Oh, I just never switched off of that layer that I posted the music in. Okay, that's simple then. Okay, put that one there, and now we can fill in the black. Alright, that works. Yeah, back when Skull Kid 3 would stream, I would usually be in those. That was like, I think back in 2010 or 11. It's been forever, but that was one of my best friends, and they were someone that I always saw the videos of. And I remember in their streams they would be trying to create a video game with a video game program that they'd found and were fiddling around in. The audience would give input towards how things should be done. I think the main character ended up just being the sphere blob or something. I drew it a couple of times, I think. Yeah, they were a Let's Player from an earlier era of YouTube. They eventually dropped off of YouTube, though. The fate of many creators in the end. As long as I can, though, I am going to be around creating stuff. Well, there's not too many questions to really ask, I don't think, G-Star. But it's mostly explained. Is there Armacrog in your Neverhood galaxy? Because that is in the same universe as Neverhood was in the implications of that game. That's a game that I supported on Kickstarter or Indiegogo. Armacrog. And I supported it with the perk that I would get the game for my computer, but since I knew my computer was incompatible with the game, I really just gave that much money because I wanted to see the project get finished. Yeah, there's a few things. That's one of like 2 things I've supported on a Kickstarter type campaign that I never got anything of. The other one was Red Ash by Concept. It was their equivalent to Mega Man Legends after they were working on Mighty Number 9. I just supported it so I could get the art book of Red Ash, because the art of those guys is what I value the most, probably. But since it never ended up happening, I never got the art book. I'm just here without it. Such is the way of the Kickstarters. Here's the announcer. Just coming out back and trying to find Doko and the Claw for the upcoming match. Oh well. Oh no, the opinion word is there. And technically, it would be a fact that the Armacrog doesn't exist in that galaxy, if it is your galaxy you're talking about. So there's no opinion to be had there. If you're talking about the actual material, though, that's more debatable, since it is, like, in the same universe, basically, as Neverhood in the official stuff. I do love the quality of stop motion they have in Armacrog. Let's see, should I switch the music? Let me see what I got. Oh, this one's always a classic. Well, here we go with Jim. Yeah, I love Special Edition, but the one thing that I prefer from the Genesis version is that they use New Junk City's track for, like, whenever they show the name of the levels before the levels start. Having the little party music in Special Edition for that part does not feel nearly as cool to me. Oh well, mashing two soundtracks or songs together is always a fun way to make remixes. I think the last one I heard do that is a remix someone did of Sky Lagoon from Mega Man X4. They combined both X's version of Sky Lagoon and Zero's version of Sky Lagoon for the soundtrack. Actually, now that I think about it, let me come up here. Let's see what we got in here. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with this remix. Yeah, I used this this version of New Junk City for the sort of outro slash credits part of my unboxing of the Earthworm Jim 1 book video. The Launch the Cow video. Oh, well, you don't have to say anything if you don't want, G-Star. You could just sit back and listen to the melodious sounds of this electric New Junk City. Yeah, I know that, this comes from or it doesn't come from, it's a remix that I think someone did on the internet, but, they included it as part of the anthology record of, Earthworm Jim, which has, like, all the soundtrack of the Jim games, and then remixes of some of the levels. I remember it had Lem, or Catherine's, art on the cover of the record. It's the one with Jim on the guitar. Oh, handgun. I didn't even know you were still watching, but it was great to have you here. I'm sure I'll talk to you later in the Discord. Yep, I'll see you there. You enjoy your time out, or away. Oh, Ballier, that seems like a very unsettling infection. At the same time, though, seems very convenient that it'd make them look like clowns, but if it works with the story. Oh yeah, I have both sketchbook archives. Doug Tenaple did G-Star. Back when he was doing those, I was all over that, cause it was like, well, he's releasing these, and with how he is, they'll probably never be available again, so I'm gonna get them. So I got the first one, and then I just kept an eye on anything he's done activity-wise afterwards, cause don't ever want to miss any chance I have to get certain one-time things of his. Just wish it wasn't so costly sometimes, but it is better than trying to hunt them down afterwards. Yeah, right now Doug and Catherine are working on the Earthboy Jacobus colored version. Yeah, Lem, Catherine was, I think she still has videos up on her channel where you can watch her working on the colors for a few of the pages for Earthboy Jacobus. Yeah, if you want on my Discord, G-Star, I can probably post some of the sketchbook archive stuff on the Discord, like, comics/book channel. Oh well. I'm not gonna go through the whole book, but I can put some pictures up, probably. Yeah, I've got too much stuff that I work on to... Sadly, too much stuff that I work on to sit around and go through the entire thing. It's like hundreds of pages for both books. Do we have... We have... No, not there. This... Yeah, here we go. Lorenzen soil, or Lorenzo's soil. I always am interchangeable with saying that name those ways. Yeah, I need to call Dad in a bit and wish him his happy birthday. Yeah, I try to stay up to date on Doug TeNapel. It's just... He bores me to death with all that political garbage, so a lot of times these days I'll just sit along the sidelines working, and if something pops up that's like of actual interest, I'll take a look. Yeah, the sketchbook archives are pretty great for getting a sense of concepts that Doug has. And the second sketchbook archives I don't think is as good as the first, because it has a lot of pages where it's just going on these essays that he does about his thoughts on, like, creation process and things, which are interesting, but at the same time, it's... I want to see pictures, so... Yeah. Oh, well, I don't know if I'd say someone's a superior version of Doug, but, you people do have their own unique takes on other properties. I do love Doug's stories, usually. I think my favorite is probably Gear. I like Newts a lot, but throughout it gets a bit... It's great, but it falls into a lot of tropes later that I like to identify as, like, Doug tropes, where it's just repeating the same kind of story beats he's done before, which make it less interesting to me. Oh well, if you hang around with me, you get all sorts of bits of lore for my stuff. This is a very expansive universe I've worked on for quite a number of years now. I've actually never read Cardboard. I always mean to add more stuff to the Doug shelf, but never have gotten that one. I got Ghostopolis autographed by him. He included like a little sketch of a bug person in it, which was cool. I got that from his little digital store, and I was surprised about the sketch he included, because I don't think that was, like, part of the, what was supposed to be included. I think he just threw that in there just to give it away. That was kinda neat for me. Yeah. The things I miss the most are probably his old streams he used to do of making the comics. You can't find those videos now other than the about 10 of them that I saved. Other than that, they're, I think, completely gone. Just erased and never to be seen again. I was sad I couldn't save more of them, but I was happy I was able to get the ones I did. Well, if you ever come to my Discord, you may want to be prepared, because there is some more adult content that sometimes gets posted there by members. Yeah, the comics that I make have, they don't have explicit stuff all the time, but there is instances of, like, blood and death and sexual implication and stuff. But it's not like something that runs rampant throughout the series. It's just, yeah, it pops up because that's what happens in the story. Probably the most violent character is going to be introduced in the next saga. Well, they've been... The audience has seen them before, but the character hasn't really been a character yet. They've just sort of shown up along the sidelines at parts. Yeah, if you ever want to see parts of some of the Jim comics being created or Bigfoot Bill being made, I do have some of those streams still saved to a hard drive. I need to color the announcer's shoes black. Yeah, the announcer's just coming out back here to see if he can find Doko and the Claw, because they have to get back to the match for to the arena for the final match of the tournament. This has taken so much longer to get to than I thought it would going into this comic. Was not expecting it to get past the 50-page mark, but we're on page 51 and we still have a match left to go. Eh. Yeah, you never know how a story's going to turn out when you start working on it. It's always a journey getting to the end of it. Let's head over here. Okay, got that. I am getting tired. I have been streaming for 3 hours and 15 minutes, oh my god. This is going on forever. There's too many blacks on the page to fill in. Why did I make this page this complex? Like, I didn't need to put all of the stuff that's in these scenes in. It's not all that complex, but I could have made it so that it didn't take this long to color everything. Yeah, when I make my comics, I just focus on making it look good and cool when it comes to the visualness. The editing process afterwards on the computer is never something I think about while I'm making a page. I would love to stream, like, creating a page of the comic, like the pencil, the drawing of it, but I have no way to do that right now. Oh good, the announcer's the only one here. Oh, there's all the people back there I have to color in. Okay. Let's get to this. Color in the King's Shadow symbol on the door. Alright. Let's see here. I want to change the music again. This is too calm of music. Oh. Okay. The actual version of Lorenzo's Soil. One of the... Well, I'd say one of the best tracks in the game, but every track is one of the best tracks in the game. So, there's not really a losing in Jim's audio library. Yeah, for a lot of people, I think as streams go on, there becomes less for them to chat about a lot of times, unless something is constantly happening on screen, like when the person doing the stream is playing a video game or something. It just sort of becomes a sit back and experience type of situation. Yeah, my Earthworm Jim review on YouTube here is still probably one of my favorite videos. I still go back and watch it from time to time. I don't think that the type of computer will lag the stream. What it is when you have a bad connection to the internet. How good or bad the connection is determines how well the stream flows on your device. So if you've got a good connection on the laptop, it should be okay. At least I know I'm not the only one that has old computer technology. I use a Windows 7 normally. Before that, I was using a computer from like 2003, I think. I love the special edition versions of music tracks for Jim. Yum yum yum. Pizza crush. I need to think about what I'm gonna make to eat after this. I am getting hungry now. Bow, bow. Bow. Bow, bow. Alright, one more panel left to go. And then I'll be done coloring. And then I just have to go back over, zoomed in even more, to see that I get all of these white lines all colored in. Because the fill bucket does not fill everything automatically. Oh, well, I would assume that a Windows 10 is completely fine, because I'm using a Windows 10 right now. I think this is the longest song or music track in Earthworm Jim 2. It might be the longest music track in the entire series. It's like 5 minutes or something. Yeah, with Jim, you could always count on the musical quality and animation prowess. Those games were true works of art. I'm just happy I'm getting done to my animating right now for the Invader Zim. Technically it is, the animation part is done, I just have to do the backgrounds now. Forever a one-man operation. All of eternity spending it on creating. To accomplish the most minimal things. That's what happens when you don't got a team to work with, but as long as you're getting it done, that's what matters. Yeah, there was quite a bit of art to that Neverhood. So much stop motion. I always like watching the making of the Neverhood. Haven't seen it in a few years now. I always love watching making of videos in general. Yeah, makings of, commentaries, all that kind of stuff. The behind the scenes of things. Always loved watching the making of Jurassic Park. Oh, Bowyer, I didn't know you were still here. Yeah, I'd imagine there has to be some sort of demon clown throughout the lore of Earth. Everything needs their jester. Oh, well, welcome to the Discord, G-Star. I do hope that you do not find things too offensive. There are people that do post some more risque type of pictures. More sexually appealing type of things at times. Yeah, just so long as everyone's having fun, not fighting with each other, though. Well, to be fair, most things in media have been done before. But it is always nice to see earlier incarnations. Oh well, it's nice to have you with us regardless. G-Star. Now, I will try to find some of my pictures that I took of the sketchbook archives after the chat, after the stream, and I'll probably put the comic page up before I get to that. Yeah, that's, from what I've seen, the whole... It feels like Teddy has friends for periods of time, and then it stops. And that server was more pleasant feeling, I feel, earlier on. I still stop in there every so often, though. It is where a lot of people seem to... A lot of fans of gyms seem to join. There very rarely are ones that's, like, are constant interactions or constant posters in that Discord. There are a few, but a lot of them seem to fizzle off. Yeah, whenever you stop by my Discord, though, so far most people have stayed and participated to some extent there, so you might see people that regularly post there. Yeah, I can take other pictures of the sketchbook archives. I just need to get to them and stuff. Yeah, I can't get, like, entire pictures of the whole thing. That would be an insane amount of work and time. I do have other things I work on. Like, if I'm awake, I am working. And that's, if I'm awake, I am creating. That is kind of my life. You can't spend too much time away from that. But I will get more pictures of the archives, so... Yeah. Oh, you were... Let me see. Jeez, or Teddy Roo. You... Hold on. Let me think for a second. Okay. Teddy Roo blocked you, so... Trying to think. It's with how my mind has gotten, it gets a bit hard to remember things at times, but you are sounding... Because I know I interact with you, and I know we've talked before. No, the one I'm thinking of was Jean. She was the one that got blocked, I think. Yeah. No, from my experience, it's been a habit of people getting blocked on that server after they interact too much. And eventually they just end up getting blocked after certain interactions. I think I've stayed around there, but I haven't really been, like, too into interacting with the higher-up hierarchy of the server, so I haven't really encountered that yet from my standpoint, but I have caught on to it happening, so yeah. Yeah. Nah, it's all just internet drama to me. It is sad that it happens, though. There's so many good members that end up losing access to that, and it's like it's a good area for fans just getting in to interact, but beyond that, I don't think there is a real proper gym Discord that's like for the real dedicated fans of the series. It feels like it's all just these clusters of different levels of fans out on the internet, and they haven't come together yet as like a proper joined community. And I don't know if it'll ever happen at this point, but yeah. That Discord is decent enough, I think, for the starting out stuff. But beyond that, I don't think it can serve as big of a purpose as I want it to. Oh. The Earthbound thing. I think I heard about that, like it was a whole incident. Yeah. Yeah, I think I remember all that. Well, if you feel the need to get her to see the stuff, the fake identity thing would be the way to go, but I would personally not recommend that. I assume once she found out, it'd just be the same thing happening again. Oh, well, I thought that you were talking about this misunderstanding that someone had with her, which got them, like, blocked or something. So I thought it was that incident that was being talked about. But no, if you were blocked personally, if there's someone that I want to interact with, I will be sad about that, but I will feel that I should leave them to how they've decided to do things. And because they don't want to do with me, so no matter what I want, I should let them be how they are. And perhaps later on in life, when they've changed their viewpoint, maybe they will come back and reunite, and then we can catch up and stuff. But until then, it feels like two different paths, and I shouldn't try to intrude on what they don't want me intruding on. That's how I've always seen it. I've rarely come across that situation, but when I have, that's the way I go about it. It's sad, but it is how I feel it should be. Yeah, inevitably, if your stuff is made constantly enough and is put up constantly enough, they will probably see it just in passing, if nothing else. Yeah, I think I've heard her talk about you before. I am tired. Oh no, I just meant earlier on with how you were saying that she liked your stuff. I think I remember her saying about you being good at doing that stuff. But that was like earlier on. It's been... I can't even remember when I joined that. I'm trying to remember now how I even joined. Because normally, I am more into Earthworm Jim than a lot of fans, and I know more things in some cases than a lot of fans do. And I also have, like, access to certain, like, things and stuff that no longer exist on the internet, so I have, like, reference for things that Doug or people that he's had on his streams have said. So, yeah, not as many things as I want, but as much as is possible to get at this point in that regard. I think it was on Twitter. I had, I think, posted a piece of fan art, and she was the, what's it called? The something Earthworm Jim, the no context Earthworm Jim popped up, and I think there was like a link I was offered to the Discord when they like came across something I made or something. It may have been a link to my Earthworm Jim review video or something. Or my Professor Monkey for a Head fan art. That is my favorite Earthworm Jim piece I've ever made, is the Professor Monkey for a Head one. Oh, well, that is quite some material to have saved. At least you will know how to make a corned beef hash from now on. Yeah, the whole Earthworm Jim, the entire everyone surrounding Jim on any side, there just seems to be no end to the, like, drama that can arise from both the creator angle and the fan angle of the franchise. One thing that annoys me about the Discord, the no context or whatever Discord of Jim, is there never seems to be anyone willing to talk about, like, anything pertaining to, like, Doug or anything. And it's like, I don't think he's the greatest guy ever, but it's like when you don't have that, like, interaction, fans don't get exposed to, like, everything that they would otherwise know about when it comes to, like, the production side of things. That just hinders the community so much in what the knowledge is and what they could talk about going into discussions. Yeah, that's probably the most irksome thing to me about that I guess side of the fandom. What I think that side of the fandom's greatest aspect is, though, is cataloging as much stuff as they can. they find some of the most obscure, how were you able to find this type of material, and are able to, like, share it around and stuff so people can see it. Which otherwise, very few people, if anyone, would ever find that stuff. Or find it as quickly as they find and share it. That's the best thing about that side of fandom, I think. But mostly that's the efforts of just a couple of people. Most of it is just people coming in that have heard about Jim and want to interact with people that know about Jim, and then there's hardly anyone to interact with, because most people don't stick around there. Well, Neverhood has the added effect of, like, having all of one game made for it, and then a sort of sequel with Skull Monkeys. Sadly, not as much material to work with as Jim. Oh, and then there's the thing where, the fans in that area just seem to post things as if they're facts. Like, oh, Earthworm Jim 4 must be cancelled because we haven't heard about it in a year or whatever, and it's like, what? Why would you assume that? And you're just saying this stuff as if it's confirmed, and you're spreading it around like it's confirmed. And that is annoying, and that is detrimental to, like, the community, I think. That's how fans are. You get those types in any fandom. Not much you can really do about it. I'm just happy I'm getting towards the end of coloring all the blacks on this page, which has taken forever. Yeah, this is gonna be a 4-hour editing process this time. One of the longer pages to edit. Such is the way of the Edward. 3 to 4 hours to draw the page, 3 to 4 hours to edit it. And then the rest of the day is just completely drained and unable to really work on much else, because it's all been spent making the comic. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Yeah, sometimes I just want to be like Lucy Loud and just say whatever thing I'm doing. Just say the word yawn instead of yeah, going like that. Oh, hello, Dumbo. I haven't seen you in forever. Welcome to the stream. We are now 3 hours and 50 minutes into it. This has been going forever, because I've had so much blacks to, like, color in on the page. Probably won't be streaming for more than another hour, if even that, but good to have you. You missed the other Resident Evil fan that was here, Handgun. But he's over on the Discord if you ever want to chat with people there. I think I put the link to my Discord in the description of this video. Actually, if I go here... Sorry, I'm hopping over into the internet window. I will be right back in a second. Bow, bow. We've got some Earthworm Jim music going back in the background here. Lorenzo Soil, Earthworm Jim 2. Bow, bow, bow. And now the internet window is freezing, so that's not good. Oh, there we go. There we go. Come on, work, please. I want to be able to do things on the computer here. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Okay. If it is not in the description, there is the link to the Discord. There it is. Yeah, no. Although I assume it's in the description, because G-Star said she was able to get onto it, so... however... If you even... You don't have to join. It does have a Resident Evil channel, though, on the server, so... There are things that people there talk about. But yeah, we're just working on page 51 of the latest comic. Of Heroes and Legends. Comic number 14 of the Dreamscape comic series. So what have you been up to lately, Dumbo? It has been a while since I've seen you. I believe Handgun has S-ranked everything in the Resident Evil 4 remake. And that's pretty much all they'd been playing since the game came out until, like, last week. Okay, and one more character to blacken in. The Claw. His little shirt here. Yeah, the Claw is headed back towards the tournament arena, and Stacy here is stopping Doko. Wants to talk to him for a second before he returns. Doko is the final contestant alongside the Claw. Every other character has been eliminated at this point. After 2 comics, it has come down to the fight between the Claw and Doko. Who will take home the prize money? Keep reading to find out. Also, the phone is ringing. And it is from Spam Risk, so I'm not answering it. It will, however, keep ringing until it stops. So the solution is to either keep talking to drown out the ringing, or to tolerate the ringing. We shall see what wins out. It should be stopping soon. And I won. It stopped before I stopped talking. Edward triumphs again. Alright. Am I done? Am I done coloring? Now can I finally move on to just doing the white lines that are left in the black areas? Oh well. You'll always have the game to make your attempts at the 4 S ranks. You just need to give it some time and practice and patience. Yeah, you don't need to join in on any of the streams here, but it is nice to have you. Yeah, sadly, I have no idea how to get this recording software to record anything other than the Paint program here. So I cannot really record any Let's Plays or anything. But hopefully I can get it figured out how to switch to other windows at some point. Not that I really have much in the way to do Let's Plays of on this computer. I've got Caro Blaster, but I doubt anyone that watches me even knows what that game is. Okay, let me go over this and see if there's any other black areas that I need to color in. Nope, 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 nope. That looks good, that's good. Okay, there we go. Doko, Stacy, Doko, Stacy. Alright, I get her mouth there. There we go. Okay! Got the blacks filled in. So now, save this, click this off, and zoom in to 200% magnification. And now we can go over all the little black lines, get this all nice and tidied up. 4 hours. Just 4 hours of computer editing the page. So much work goes into these comics. Well, that's better than I can do, probably. I know you have to be better at, like, modern controls than I am, Dumbo. And I did see you playing some of it, I think. I remember you playing the original for when the remake was coming out. I think I saw the final battle with Sadler in the remake about a week before the remake came out. Someone had leaked it online. I'm getting tired and I'm getting hungry. Just a day of working here. Then after this, I'm going to flip over to working on the Invader Zim animation, probably. Or the backgrounds for it. I've got the animation all done at this point. I think I'm gonna change the music now. Enough of Lorenzo's soil. No. Sleepy, 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 sleepy. That's an Edward thing to say. Specifically, a double D thing to say. Let's switch back to this. Okay, hopefully this music isn't too loud. Yeah, everyone seems to be going on about the Resident Evil 4 remake these days. 1 is always my preferred remake, though. Although, be fair, you cannot get worse than 3's remake, so, yeah, a bit of trouble hitting that bar. But once it does get hit, and people will be saying that that game is the worst remake. Although for me, there is no reason to remake anything past Code Veronica. Why is the phone ringing again? Yeah, they are calling a bit today. I know how to fix this. Turn up the music. Okay, turn that music back down. Now will you stop calling whatever robot is trying to call me? Yeah, but no, damn. Oh well, I still got the original Resident Evil, the Saturn version of it, with all the exclusive content that is in no other version. That exclusive content being, the Tick Hunters and the Gold Tyrant, pretty much. And I think it has a battle game. It's where you can find Zombie Wesker. Oh, though. Yeah, out of all the games of Resident Evil, 4 had probably the most biggest development throughout it. Like, all those different versions it went through and everything. Oh, well. I hope the, Pizza Head turned out great. I'll probably see that later. As it stands, I am currently making something for my DeviantArt. Yeah, it is more fun with the rocket launcher. Yeah, from my understanding, I think Resident Evil 2 originally was going to end with Umbrella being destroyed. I think I've heard that before. With how my brain has gotten, it gets harder to remember things now, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was, is Umbrella was going to be destroyed at the end of 2, or what became 1.5 originally. Yeah, back when it was more in the Golgotha territory instead of the G that it became. Well, alrighty, G-Star. Well, if that means you are heading off, I hope you have enjoyed the stream. And, if not, I guess we'll see you in a bit. But, either way, you charge that phone and keep it alive. I'll try to get pictures later of the sketchbook archives. Bow bow. Well, knowing Capcom, they'll probably put one of the main characters back in the lead role for a bit. I'm guessing Jill Valentine will probably be one that pops back up now that she's got the preserved youth to her through T-virus antibodies, or T-virus infection that was somewhat suppressed from the antibodies. There's always Sherry Birkin, and there's Rose, but I doubt they're as much of characters as Capcom is looking to really keep bringing back. Although preferably I would just go with entirely new characters a lot of times, or those characters that don't get used much. Oh. Okay, I guess it's just one shoe there. Capcom. Yeah, Capcom has always been an iffy company to me. Uh-oh. No, don't do that. Oh, hello again, G-Star. I guess this is you switching over to the laptop. Yeah, a lot of people wonder what happened to Billy Dumbo. And a lot of people joke that he just got eaten in the forest after Zero. Originally, Billy is, he was gonna be a punk rather than, it was him and Annie that were the characters in Zero. That got switched to Rebecca, and Billy went through a lot of design changes. Oh, well, I hope the iPad is a good enough device to view this on. Actually, Dumbo? Actually, yeah, I can just show you what Billy looked like originally. Just a sec. Just need to... Oh, what? Oh. Hold on. Oh my god, that is so many blacks that I've done. Oh my lord. How much longer does this go on? It's already at 4 hours, right? 4 hours and 10 minutes, okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me get stuff up here. Ah. Oh, well, you need to charge the iPad too then, G-Star. Video games, Resident Evil, betas, 0. Okay, let's see. I'll just take the screenshot of the folder. Okay, so does this have anything? Get rid of all this. And here we go. Here is, oh well, you can't see it good there. There's Billy. Here's the different Billies. Very, very pixelated, because they're not like pictures I've clicked on, but there's an idea for what the design process of was for Billy. The, hold on. Anchor. That was the first one, that was the second, that was the final. And, there's Annie, who was the original girl character, 0. And then here's just a bunch of other development stuff, 0. There's Marcus! Yeah, 0 went through quite a bit of ideas and stuff. Oh, and that was, the Tyrant in 0, an idea for it that they had. But it's gone now, because I am getting back to work. Because we've been going for over 4 hours, and I don't want to sit here all day long. So, I am hoping to get this done. Oh, well, if I had Dragon Ball Rage and Blast on my computer, I would play that. But unfortunately, that is not one of the songs I have. I have a whole list of music tracks that I play from, but if you're wanting Dragon Ball stuff, I do have some Dragon Ball things. Music. Here we go. The Bardock theme. Yeah, Final Billy is probably the most appealing design. A girl I talked to in high school loved him. Zero was her favorite Resident Evil. Which I know that is a rarity for that game to be given that honor, but every game has at least one mega fan. Oh, I'd say Rebecca had a bit of plot armor too. She literally got bit in a cutscene, but didn't get infected. Which always made me think that maybe she is like one of the 1 in 5 billion people that is actually immune to the virus, but just doesn't know it. That's what I always thought would be a cool implication for someone that is actually immune being shown for once. Of course, immunity can only get you so far. It's even if you are immune, if something tries to kill you, to infect you, they're still gonna kill you even if you're immune, if they succeed in their attack. Yep, the Eliminator. I'm pretty sure the Eliminators evolved out of Wesker's creature that he was gonna send after Bravo team members in the Concepts of Zero. He was going to send out some infected monkey-type BOW. Well, Shadow the Cartoonist is really missing out on this stream. This is like one of his favorite songs that I've played. Yeah, that's the part they don't play in this version of the music. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this music is not in the English version of this game. They always change the music when they make English versions of Dragon Ball stuff, which just gets really annoying. There's so many great tracks that get lost. Like, you cannot do the certain, like, the Jackie Chun fight against Goku without Mizase Tenkaichi. And, like, there is no way to do the Cell turning into, like, Super Saiyan 2 again, Gohan turning into Super Saiyan 2 against Cell without Tamashi Tai Tamashi playing in the background. Yeah, I've seen the Dragon Ball Super movie. My favorite part is just seeing parts of the original Red Ribbon Saga reanimated in amazing animation at the start of the movie. That is arguably my favorite saga of the franchise. The other contenders being Piccolo Daimyo or the 21st or 22nd Tenkaichi Budokai. Although I think I go over... I can't remember if I say they're my favorite in the Dragon Ball review video or not, but I do mention them. I had seen the Dragon Ball Super movie. Assuming you're talking about the superhero movie, I I've seen that, I had seen that by the time I had finished the Dragon Ball review, by the time I was putting the video footage together for it. But I didn't, I couldn't really find a way to work in footage from that movie into it. Because there's not really anything I say about that movie in the review. The most I get into of the later stuff is just mentioning GT and Super together after I go over the original material. Now all the audience members in the tournament stands. Yeah, people go on about the different forms and stuff. For me, it's pretty much a lost cause at this point, but I know there's people that still stick around with the franchise. I see that it's still there. That's about it. I stay up to date on things sometimes, but yeah, you can see all my thoughts of the series in the Dragon Ball review video. I know it doesn't quite line up with a number of fans, which is why I animated the ending of the video the way that I did. My head getting blasted off by all the fanboys, but eh, for me it fizzles out around the Saiyan saga. Boo is probably the funnest of the later stuff, but by that point everything's just so powerful that it's like, yeah, what does it matter? Like, there's still a legitimate threat because Boo is going to destroy literally everything. But after that, it's like, okay, the stories are told, there's not really much else to go on from here. So I'm kinda done. The series is over. That's the original ending, so yeah, I'm out. But yeah, that's how I've always viewed the series. But Red Ribbon and Piccolo Daimyo I will watch any day of the week. I love that stuff. Arguably the best stuff in anime/manga to me. Yeah, Broly's always just sort of been the epitome of power, is all. And it would make sense to have that kind of a showing from him. I'm getting very tired of this too. Let's find something else. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Body pains, please stop. No, not that. I want that one. Maybe down? Oh. Yeah, if you ever need to get into Dragon Ball discussing over on the Discord, I know Shadow the cartoonist loves Dragon Ball, so you would not at all be a stranger amongst him. Oh, well, apparently that implies, G-Star, that you were at one point a Roblox fan of some sort. That, or you got onto a site that, recommended or had a lot of usernames on it for Roblox. Well, every voice actor fades off in the end, Dumbo. It is a sad fact of life, as is the fate of pretty much everything in this reality. If people had it their way, Kevin Conroy would be voice acting Batman forever, but sadly he had to go. Hey, I was right about that one. This theme is a Red Ribbon theme from one of the games, Revenge of King Piccolo. Piccolo Daimyo. Yeah, it was always cool to me how Staff Officer Black had that, battle jacket mech he got into to fight Goku with at the end of Red Ribbon. And then he died. That seems to be what happens to bad guys a lot of times. I'm gonna take over the world, and now someone is opposing me, and they're tougher than I thought, and I am about to die, and I'm dead. Well, I gave it my shot. Time to see how the other villains do it. I think the first Dragon Ball game I ever played was called Buyuretsuden, which was a Sega Genesis / Mega Drive game. It never came out in America, but my dad had it on his computer at the animation company he worked at back in the early 2000s. Oh, well, you have very creative names for your files, it seems, G-Star. I have a plethora of files on my computer, and some of them are named video playback because that is what my phone that I download them on automatically names them as. But others I've got improperly named. Most of them are properly named. If you ever need Dumbo episodes of Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z Kai, I do have all of those, I think. And most of the comic pages up to, I think up until the Frieza fight. Yeah, I knew going into this page that there would be just way too many black areas to fill in, but yeah, it's what you gotta do eventually if you want it done. Comic page is getting out later than I was intending it to. I've just had a lot of stuff I've been doing this week between going through the storage unit to bring stuff back here for Mom, and then working on the animation, the Invader Zim animation, and concept art / reference sheet of the Lookout, which is the space vessel / main base of the evil aliens, the Observers, in my stuff. And then I made a picture for the guy on Patreon that's my patron. It's my life, just constantly creating. It's what I expect to always be doing, so just kinda normal, I guess. Let's see here. Yeah, I saw Dragon Ball Z abridged while it was coming out, Dumbo. Vegeta. Vegeta. On you. Hey Vegeta, I'm alive. What? But I killed you! Yeah, but technically you were working for Frieza at the time. But that has changed. I'm in Hollywood now. What, are they making a Mr. Clean adaptation? Ah, you're hilarious. Yeah, no, Dragon Ball Z Abridged is a pretty fun time. It's got some weak moments here and there, but it's got so many jokes in it that are, like, legitimately funny. And then on top of that, a lot of the jokes are jokes that only real fans of the series would understand. So it's real nice to watch. Yeah, it made the parts of Dragon Ball that it covered more entertaining, because it made it more comedic. Which is something that was lacking in parts of the later material. Until Boo, and then Boo brought back the humor as a focus. Until then, though, you mostly just had Mr. Satan. Once the more comedic elements started fading out. What should I make to eat after this? Okay, but I'm getting tired. Oh, what is this? Oh, it just clicked on the Discord for a second. Oh, lots of people are waving hi at you, G-Star. This stream ends when I am done making this. When I'm done filling in all these white lines, that's when we're done, because I am. This is the longest stream I have ever done, and I need to eat to stay alive, so yeah, probably not too much longer. Yeah. Normally, I get all the blacks done on stream, and then afterwards, I spend about an hour or two editing little tiny bits here and there off screen before I post a page on DeviantArt. It's a never-ending process working on this comic series. As long as I'm alive, though, I'm gonna be doing it. We got the first main 3 sagas planned out back in high school. Started production about a year after I got out of high school, and for the last decade and a year or two, I've just been making the comic, and I'm not even fully into the second saga yet. Yeah, baby. Pixels, pixels, pixels. Look over all the pixels. Yeah, but obviously by this point I've come up with way more stuff that'll happen after the initial 3 main sagas of the series. And I've come up with an ending for if I do get past what the original ending was. So that if I ever want to end the series at a certain point, I have the ending thought out. But there are sagas that I intend to have happen before it gets to that ending. Because without those sagas, the impact of the story is not as good. There's so many adventures that there are going to be. This comedic adventure action series. If any of you would like a comedic action adventure series, I would recommend Amphibia. That is probably the most modern one I've seen. Oh, I've always thought of publishing this stuff. What my plan is at the moment is after I'm done with this comic, this is the last comic before the main plot of the second saga starts. So what I'm planning to do is go back and remake the first 5 or 6 comics so that they don't look like garbage compared to the later stuff. And then as I'm remaking them, I'll publish them. And while I'm remaking them, I plan to have it so that I normally put these comics up on DeviantArt every single page. And that's for free. Anyone can just look at all the comics. But with the remakes, what I'm going to do is only people that are Patreons of a certain tier are gonna be able to see those comic pages as they're being made. Otherwise, they'll have to wait until the whole comic is finished and published before they see that. And after the remakes are done being published, I'll just go to publishing the original comics from then on, since the art will be up to the standards of the later comics by that point. Or up to enough of the standards of the later comics for me to view them as acceptable to be published. That is how I plan to do it. It would be nice to have a stable income. As is, I mostly just make money on, like, commissions that I do, and the 1 or 2 patrons I have at times. There's always one patron I always have, but every so often there'll be a second one that comes by and becomes a patron for like a month. I put the patrons now in the credits, or, well, for the comics, the back page of them. For videos, it'll be like, video made possible in part by blah-de-blah, the patron thing. That type of thing. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Of course, that's assuming my body pains do not take me out before I can get to that point. Yeah, I'm beginning to hate this body of mine, but it's the one I gotta work with, so... yeah, it's not failed me yet. We're still creating, and that's what matters. Let's switch over to one last music track before we leave. Yeah, we'll go with this one again. Just a nice, peaceful one. Oh yeah, when it comes to copyrighted stuff, you usually don't want to mess around with that. It's... for normal people, there's no way to publish when it has, like, all sorts of copyrighted things in it. Because it just costs too much money to make those deals. It sadly affects the story that you want to tell, but that is the world we live in. You can't step on other people's toes for things that they have made. Let's see, is it, trying to remember, I think... was it Toan, or was it... I think Toan on the Discord has made a book. It was either him or Handgun, and I'm pretty sure it was Toan that made the book. Or a story, and they published it. I think it's just a digital publishing, though. They'd come to me, I think, for a, doing the cover of the story, but I don't think... yeah. If it wasn't them, it was someone else that came to me for, like, making a cover for a story. And, they ended up going with someone else, but I had known about the story before they published it. I have done a cover of a fanfic once or twice for people. That's something you could do if it's got all sorts of copyrighted things. You wouldn't make money, but a fanfic is always the way to do the copyrighted type stuff for a story, since that's not making any money off of it. Oh yeah, that is... there is no way you'd get to publish that. But gorillas are always a fun time. Their latest music video is so catchy, I played that for days. And Silent Running. It was interesting to me how, it was sort of in reverse for this phase, where the second half of the story was in the first music video, and then the first half of the story was in the music video they just came out with. The mission to save 2D from the cultists. Of course, Noodle is the one that is the most capable at fighting. Murdoch pretty much hides away in fear till the coast is clear. Yeah, originally Noodle was going to be, like, I think a similar age to 2D, but, like, there exists concept art of her as an older woman when, during the original ideas for it, but I think she got split between the final version of Noodle and Paula Cracker, which was 2D's original girlfriend. And I think it was because Damon had suggested that Jamie draw the girl character of the group as a younger character, since he normally drew adults. And so that's how Noodle ended up as young as she was in the original phase. Oh well, Noodle would absolutely be able to fight with a tyrant. Probably wouldn't be able to physically kill it, but be able to battle against it at least. Russell would probably have the most strength to fight back, like, physically against the tyrant. 2D would just get by bumbling his way through everything. And Murdoch might be helping the tyrant given how he is. Yeah, sometimes the Gorillas is a group that just kind of fails its way to the end. Sometimes they're actually capable, but other times it's like a red versus blue scenario where the team is just so idiotic and, like, bad that they end up failing so much that they win. Yeah, that's how a lot of comedy works. Yeah, that was kinda cool how they got Ace. Although there have been connections to the Powerpuff Girls and Gorillas as far back as the original, like, first phase of Gorillas. Alright, are we done? I think we might be done here. Let me see. Zoom out. Nope. Got a piece of hair. Alright, we got Doko's hair colored. I am getting a bit of a headache. I don't get headaches. I'm not sure why I'm getting a headache. It's probably whatever infection I have getting higher into the brain or something. Ouch. Ouch. Oh no, it might be the scab on my temple that's causing the ache. Oh, don't freeze up. Come on, we're at the end of this. Uh-oh. A catastrophic mutating event will strike the world in 2 years, report says, is what this article that popped up says. I'm not sure what it's talking about, but I guess Doomsday's coming again. Seems to do that every so often. Every few years. Now, if you, here's a picture that I did a few years ago of me and Noodle. Our birthday, she is like, story-wise, Noodle is like 6 days younger than me. So since our birthdays are like at almost the exact same time, I just did a picture of her with me for that birthday. Shoving candy into my head since her birthday is Halloween. And let's see here. Not that one. Then you can see her in 2D in the background of this animation I did. If you click on the animation, I think I posted it on the community tab on my YouTube here, but it's also on my DeviantArt. It actually moves and stuff, and all the characters move and everything, but obviously I can't show that in this program because this is just a still image. And then there's a mystical ninja picture I put up earlier when I was talking about mystical ninja with I think it was Shadow the Cartoonist. It may have been Handgun. It was probably Handgun. Yeah, that's the Gorillas stuff that I've done. There's probably a few more scribbles here or there, but that's it for that. Yep, but let me see here. We gotta raise the opacity. See how all of the blacks line up in the comic. Let's get his Doko's hair out a bit here. Alright, there we go. Just making sure all the blacks line up with the edges of the comic panels and stuff now. We can fix this up a bit. Okay. Alright. Okay. Get it evened out against the word balloon here. That's looking alright. Okay. Well, I am astounded that, 2 people are here at the end. With how long this has gone on for, I am kind of expecting everyone to have dropped off. But, congratulations, you two, G-Star and Dumbo, for being the final the last men standing, as it were. Yeah, this is just a 16-bit remix of the song G-Star. So I guess it would fit since Earthbound is a 16-bit game. And we'll leave that like that. My favorite of that series is Mother 3. I have never cried during a video game, but that is the closest I have probably come to doing so. Oh, Daniel! Third person, then. 3 people. 5 hour, 4 hour, 5 hour stream. Oh my god. And 3 people are like here. That's insane to me that anyone would stick around for all that. But it's been wonderful having you all. Not something I would have expected. Okay. Okay. Let's make Tesley's leg more defined there. And slim up this. Yeah, this is the aches and pains of making a comic page for my comics. But I think we're done. I think we have made it to the end of working on this comic page. Here is how it all turned out. We got Doko up here, having found Stacy finally, spinning her around and excited. Then they talk about Hawker, and Stacy talks about how the Hawker wanted to fight Doko and was not expecting to be taken out by the Claw here. And then the announcer comes out and he's like, "Where are those two?" And, "Oh, here you guys are. The audience is coming back, so you guys should get ready for the fight." And so the Claw starts to head in. Tesley and Mech are going that way, probably to phase through the wall, and Stacy stops Doko to have a word with him on the next page. And that's, that is about it for the comic page. Oh well, I am happy that after all these years, someone still watches the Let's Plays I did. At least one of them. Well, I am glad that my LP, the old one, is providing you entertainment still, even after all this time, Dumbo. Certainly puts a smile on my face. But for now, I think this is going to be it for the stream. If any of you want to chat later, just tune into the next streams whenever those are, and or go to the Discord and chit-chat amongst the community there. I am going to probably get something to eat, because I am hungry, and I have been sitting here for 5 hours. Ouch, ow, ow. Stretching and cricking and cracking. Ouch, ouch, ouch. But, thank you all for joining me, Daniel G. Star and Dumbo. It has been a grand old time. To those that came before, Handgun and Shadow, your participation was likewise enjoyed. I guess we will be seeing you all later, and I'm going to get off now, as I'm hungry. See you guys around. Bye-bye.